Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's officially 9 o'clock here in the Voinovich building. We'd like to welcome you to the 2025 Ohio State Fair Market Beef Show. Today you're going to see some of not just Ohio, but the nation's best market steers and exhibitors that will be exhibiting right in this ring. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us here in the Voinovich building, ringside or out in the stalls, we now ask that you stand and gentlemen remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem.
Hello and good morning. My name is Rose Billing, and I'm a first-year member of the Ohio State Fair Junior Fair Board. We have a lot of different roles and duties throughout the entire fairgrounds. If you have any questions, find someone in a blue polo, and we'll be happy to help. Now, without further ado, I'd like to welcome you to the Ohio State Fair Junior Market Beef Show.
At this time, we'd like to introduce our judge for your Market Beef Show today, Mr. Charolais Buck. Charolais grew up actively involved in 4-H and FFA, showing steers and heifers while his family ran a small cow-calf operation. He went on to attend Murray State College and later Oklahoma State University. Together with his wife, Brenda, and daughter, Bailey, Charolais owns and operates Buck Cattle Company, located in south central Oklahoma, just outside of Medill. The operation hosts annual production sales each March and October, along with private treaty sales year-round. Buck Cattle Company specializes in Maine and Jew, Hereford, and bucking bull genetics, marketing approximately 200 bulls and 300 females annually. Charolais has judged major cattle shows across the United States and Canada. His judging resume includes prestigious events such as the American Royal, North American International Livestock Exposition, National Western Stock Show, Fort Worth Stock Show, and the Houston Livestock Show, in addition to numerous state fairs and national junior livestock shows. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hands together for our judge today, Mr. Charolais Buck.
Well, good morning. It's certainly an honor and privilege for myself to be here today and have an opportunity to work with your young people and evaluate your show steers. I think it's exciting, and I'll tell you one thing, for a guy from southern Oklahoma, this temperature is awesome. And so I look forward to it. We enjoy working with the young people and good cattle, and looks like that's where we're getting started. We're going to start off with our Angus breed. We'll have our first breed champion here, and I think a young man brings us a really nice calf, a steer that I think comes to the top just in the amount of balance that he has and look, and then combine that with muscle and shape and power. I think he's the most secure as he gets around the ring. I think we've got some base width and power to that calf, one that just really balances up very well for me and comes right to the top. Congratulations to this young man on his champion. Young lady steer that comes next, he's a steer that's got a little more elevation to him as compared to our class winner, but I really like how this calf ties together. I like the added length and extension he has. You put your hands on him, he sure doesn't disappoint you. A calf that's really long and level out of his hip. He's got some muscle and shape and power. Once again, he balances up extremely well. I just didn't think that he probably had quite the power, maybe not quite the depth of flank of the steer that leads off. Really a big centered, soft-made kind of a steer that comes next. He's a good market animal. They've done a very good job feeding this one. Young lady does a good job with him. Well, he struggles just a bit more when we get him out on motion. He wants to get a little wide there from behind, not quite as comfortable as he sets his foot to the ground. I like the calf that comes next, a more moderate frame individual that's really good in the center portion of his body. I like the added depth he has in his flank. Maybe not quite the muscle shape, not the power that we see in the calf that goes ahead of him, but a real nice steer here for the young lady. And the one that closes the class, this is one that's definitely got some muscle shape and power, really stout down his top, really muscular when you get around behind him. We put him in motion. He just wants to struggle when he gets out on the go, kind of wants to drop his pins as he moves out. But that's a steer that's got a lot of product to him. Great place to get started. Let's give these young people a round of applause, please.
Results from your first class of your market beef show here today. In first place, and also your champion Angus steer, is exhibited by Griffin Gaylor of Ottawa County. Your reserve champion Angus steer goes to Lily Gaylor of Ottawa County. Third place goes to Audrey Hoffman of Wyandotte County. Fourth place to Kinsley Hoffman of Wyandotte County. Fifth place goes to Carrie Gaylor of Ottawa County. Now entering the ring is the second class of your market beef show with your Charolais steers.
We have a really good drive of these Charolais steers here, and I think that's good quality throughout. But I will say, I feel like this pair that leads off here on the top end, they do so pretty easy to me. I think that they're steers that combine so much quality, and they excel the class in so many different areas. And I think the one that leads off, I just like the combination of this calf. I like that extra power that he's got. I think he has an advantage when we put him in motion, and the muscle and shape and how he blends that together and gets around pretty dang good for one that's this stout. He's more moderate in his frame size. Frame size is not a killer for me either direction. I think the quality is what really excels, and that's what separates this calf. I like how he blends everything together from nose to tail. A calf that really a high quality individual. Young man does an excellent job out here showing him as well. The young lady's steer that's going to be reserved in this division, actually when we're sitting still, I feel like he rivals that class winner a little more. He's got just a shot more elevation to him. Really a cocky, good-looking one that lays in really nice up through his front end. Doesn't disappoint you when you get around behind him. I don't think he's quite as flexible or quite as secure as he comes to the ground. We get him out on the go. He's a little tighter there, but man, that's a very, very high-quality individual there as well. The steer that comes third, man, from a profile, you get to thinking he can rival any of them. You get behind him, he disappoints you a little bit. You just like to see more width and dimension throughout his quarter. He's got a pretty nice top in him. He just gets a little flat, maybe not quite as much shape as what I would prefer. But man, I love how he gets out and goes and the length of stride that he has. The steer that comes next, the orange steer, this one here kind of grows on me, and maybe it's a little bit of a southern thing, but I think that one has got so much quality of how he ties himself together. He is what you see. He doesn't have any extra fluff to him. He's a calf that's really smooth. He ties together well. He's got a lot of muscle and shape. He's just a little more compact. He's not quite as extended, maybe not quite the stretch that we see in those steers that go ahead of him. He's got muscle and power. He kind of wants to drive that back leg in the ground, probably just a little bit too solid for me, but I like that calf a lot. The young lady steer that comes next, he doesn't. He's not one that wants to just get out here and roll when we're on the go. He's a calf that's really wide pinned and stout hipped when you get behind him. When he holds himself together, he can give you a pretty nice look. He's just a little tighter in his forerib, not quite as smooth as that calf that goes ahead of him. The white steer that comes next, another one that when he's sitting still, he can kind of get in your eye because he's got the extra muscle, the extra shape and power to him. He just struggles a bit too much off of both ends for me to go up any higher. The steer that closes the class, another extremely high profiling steer that's got a good look to him, big bone, and really got a look. He just gets way too flat and just needs more muscle to get up any higher. Outstanding set there. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Results from Class 102 of your Charolais steers. In first place, and also your champion Charolais steer, is exhibited by Easton McClure of Marion County. Second place and your reserve champion goes to Chloe Parcels of Champaign County. Third place goes to Drew Hurst from Champaign County. Fourth place goes to Meredith Donnelly of Hardin County. Fifth place to Taylor Sherman of Morrow County. Sixth to Allie Mink, and seventh to Harper Robbins. Congratulations to our Charolais steer exhibitors. Now entering the ring is class number 103 of your Chianina steers.
get our class of key steers, and I think we're going to have a champion in reserve here come out of this class. And I think the quality really throughout this entire class. We've got some that aren't as far along, aren't quite as mature as some of the others, and we have some that are ready today, and probably some that's got their day is probably coming. So, but anyway, I think it's a really good, high quality class from top to bottom. I'm going to use this red steer is going to be your champion. He's a steer that hit me pretty hard when he came in. There's so much about that calf that really fits me. I really like the look that he has. I like the added shape and power and muscle that he's got. I think where he's really got a huge advantage over our second place one is how that muscle carries down into his lower quarter, how he balances up on a profile. A calf that's got just worlds of quality and power. Really nice when you get your hands on him. Very well shown. Very good calf there to win. I like the black steer that comes second. Another calf that I think is a good profiling, high quality individual, really nice down his top line, really powerful. He's level and square out of his hip. He just plays out a little bit there in his lower quarter. I just like to see more dimension, more width when we get right behind him to rival that steer right ahead of him. This white steer that comes third, be honest with you, when they came in, I wasn't thinking of the third place steer. The more I looked at him, the more he grew on me, the more quality that I think's there. He's a little bit coarser haired as he doesn't have quite that fluff. His hair is at that growth stage where it really hadn't turned to freshen up look. But man, that calf's got a lot of quality. When you talk about a market steer and you talk about one with muscle and shape and power, extremely big boned and big feet, he's not quite as comfortable on the go as the two that go ahead of him. He's not as neat and sexy up through his front end as those, but man, that is a good, powerful individual, a steer that's got a lot of quality. I like this calf with a white dot on his head. I think this was one where we kind of start off from here of ones that still have a lot of future left in them. I think this is a calf that's got a lot of extension, extremely good muscle. I think he's maybe the best structured moving steer of the entire class. He just needs more time. That's a good quality individual. Same goes with the young man steer here. Just a stunning look, really big boned and really cool features to him. We'd just like to see more calf there to get up any higher. The star-headed steer that comes next, there's a lot of parts of that calf that really stand out to me. I like the extension he's got. I like the look that he has. He has some extra muscle and power down into his lower quarter. He just wants to get a little more emptied out there in his flank, maybe not quite that balance, maybe not quite the rib and softness that we see in those cattle ahead of him, but I like that steer. Nice calf that closes the class. Another calf that's got some look to him and some shape and power. His best days are probably still ahead of him as well. Awesome set there. Congratulations.
Your results of Class 103 of your Chianina market steers. In first place in your champion Chianina steer goes to Carly Kennedy of Adams County. Your reserve champion goes to Bryson Jones of Allen County. Third place goes to Peyton Pickering of Lorain County. Fourth place to Wyatt King of Wyandotte County. Fifth place goes to Garrett Roush of Medina County. Sixth place to Heath Clay. And seventh place to Blake Neal. Now entering the ring as Class 104 of your Hereford steers.
we get our class or division here of our Herefords, and I think we've got a nice lineup here. I think there's one that comes to the top as far as the one that checks the most boxes, the one that has a look to him, has some muscle and shape and power. It gets around the ring the best of the class for sure. Calf that has been fed well and is very well shown. I think a nice steer here to be your champion Hereford. I think it gets really close between 2 and 3. And I think there's some gives and takes there. I'm going to go with the young man's white mark calf here to go reserve. Man, you're talking about one that's good looking. He is long necked and extremely attractive. He's got some body, and his body's better, I think, than what maybe comes to your eye because of how the white cuts up so high on his belly line. I think that takes away from him, and that's something I went to thinking about, and I think with the attractive look that he's got, I think he's got enough body, really good bone, good featured calf. I like to see just shot more muscle in him. Young lady's steer that comes third here, another real easy fleshing kind of a calf, just gets a little bit flat, maybe not quite the power that we see in those two ahead of him. Bigger steer that comes next, a steer that's got some balance to him, just struggles a bit off both ends when we get him in motion. And a young man's calf that closes the class. Here's a really stout one that's big bodied and stout made, just struggles a bit too much off both ends. Good job there. Congratulations to our Hereford champions.
Results of Class 104 of your Hereford steers. Your champion goes to Kelly Brenner of Stark County. Your reserve champion Hereford steers exhibited by Grady Langdonfer of Fulton County. Third place goes to Bergen Lenhart of Crawford County. Fourth place goes to Mallory Brownsey of Crawford County. And fifth place to Trevin Red of Wyandotte County. Now entering the ring is Class 105 of your Maine steers.
I apologize for taking a little extra time, and I think a lot of it there's not just a complete outlier, and that's what makes it a little more challenging. I think that there's a really good top end on this class, and I think that you can kind of break pieces down, and you can change your mind whichever way you want to go. The calf that wins the class, I think he's the most complete. I think that calf that's got just a stellar look to him. He's got a lot of balance and eye appeal. I appreciate the bone and the stout feature that he has. Really good down his top line. Like the muscle shape and power and how he handles that when we get him out on the go. I'd like to have just a tick more on him when you get your hands on him. That's what made it a little bit of challenge for him, but I think that's a really, really good calf. This white marked calf here that comes next, he's just solid. He just ties everything together really good. I've had him anywhere from second to fourth, but the more you look at him and see how well he blends together from end to end, the muscle shape that he does have, I think it's a really good quality calf. Come a bigger frame, really a good looking rascal that comes third. I mean, he is long spined and good looking, really big boned and stout featured looking from a side profile. I think when we get behind him, maybe he's not quite as stout. He doesn't have quite the flexibility when we get him out on the go. Just a little bit more angular in the way he's made there. I like this stocking-legged one that comes here next. There's a lot of parts of that calf that really get me revved up. Like I say, he's another one. He went, in my mind, he went from second to fourth. Today he ended up fourth. But I like this calf a lot. I like the attractive look that he has. I like the body and the bone he's got. Really good and athletic when he comes to the ground. He doesn't blend together quite as well. He's a little more opened up in his shoulder, a little bit coarser about his makeup, but really a good quality steer. Young lady steer that comes next, another real long-bodied calf, a calf that's got a neat up in his front end. He comes out of his shoulder up high into his neck there, a calf that's got some width and dimension when you get behind him. He's a little bit out on his hocks when he gets out on the go, maybe not quite that balance that we see in those ones that lead off ahead of him, but a really nice steer. Young man steer that comes next. Here's one that's, once again, just probably not quite there yet. He's got a good pattern, extremely attractive up through his front end, real square hip, a little tighter flank, maybe not quite the bone and foot size of those cattle ahead of him. Young man steer that comes here. Here's a calf that has some added length to him as well. Has a nice look. Just need to power him up. The Brockle face steer coming here, I think he gets up there just from his balance. I think he balances up a little better. He just gets a little tight there on those rear two when we get him out on the go. Young man steer coming next. I like the quality of this one. I love the power and extra muscle that he has. He just labors a bit too much for me off those rear two when we get him in motion. And the young man that closes the class, much the same way. A good quality steer that's got some balance to him, just needs to be better structured where he can get out here and move around a little more free in their knees. Give those young people a round of applause. They worked hard, did an awesome job.
Results for Class 105 of your Maine steers. In first place, and also your champion Maine steer, goes to Danner White of Ashland County. Second place, and also your reserve champion Maine steer, goes to Tavin Warner of Sandusky County. Third place goes to Kaya Chapo of Wayne County. Fourth place to Sydney Hurst from Champaign County. Fifth place to Claire Kramer of Hancock County. Sixth place goes to Mason Rickle. Seventh goes to Austin Bohr. Eighth place goes to Kendra Light. Ninth place goes to Cooper Palvick. And 10th to Jacoby Lapp. Now entering the ring is Class 106 of your Shorthorn steers.
We get our Shorthorn drive out here and a good set of cattle, an outstanding set of exhibitors here doing an outstanding job this morning. I think the young man's white steer comes to the top for me. I think a steer that combines a look and quality with muscle and shape, and I think he excels the class when we put him in motion to get him moving around the ring. I think just a really good market steer. Young man's done an outstanding job feeding and showing that individual. The roan steer that comes reserve or second, this is one it takes a minute for me to get him digested. I think he's a good market steer, but you kind of got to get up on him to really appreciate the extra shape and power that he has down his top line. A calf that's got some body and rib to him. I just like to see him shot more muscle when you get around behind him. I like the steer that comes third, maybe as good as anything that comes out here from a quality standpoint. This is a steer that's got a beautiful look, beautiful extension up through his front end, awesome hip and really square. He's just not there. You get your hands on him, he's not quite as far along. He doesn't have quite the weight, quite the power. This is going to make a really good steer. He's just a little later maturing, and I sure appreciate the quality that he does have. Young man's white steer that comes next, another good made steer that's got some body and some product to him. He gets around the ring pretty well, maybe gets just a little bit straighter up in his shoulder, maybe a little straighter at his knee, but a good quality steer. We'd just like to change that about him. The roan steer that comes next, he's been a handful for her, and she stuck with him. This is a good steer. Just gets a little flat, maybe not quite as relaxed when he gets out on the go. He kind of wants to paddle off his front end and get a little tighter out of the rear too. The roan steer that closes the class, another calf that's got some muscle and quality to him as well. We just like to see him better when we get him out on the go. Good set of cattle here. Congratulations.
And your results from Class 106 of your Shorthorn steers, your champion Shorthorn steer goes to Gavin Richards of Wood County. Your reserve champion Shorthorn steers exhibited by Kennedy Porter of Muskingum County. Third place goes to Adeline Kaufman of Medina County. Fourth place to Carson Butcher of Knox County. Fifth place to Morgan Powell of Morrow County. And sixth place to Jocelyn Belleville of Wood County. Now exhibiting in the show ring is Class 107 of your Shorthorn Plus steers.
this class of Shorthorn Plus steers. I think there's good quality throughout, but I think the two that become champion reserve really surface pretty easy in my mind. I'm going to use the young ladies here, the cream-colored steer on my right to be your champion. I think this steer, he just puts it together. One that's extremely good when you get him out on the go. I love the balance he does have. I love how smooth he is and how he ties in there behind his shoulder and really level and square of his hip. He's not as big hip, maybe not quite as powerful as the roan steer that goes right behind him. I just think he's so much more secure when we get him out on the go, and the flexibility and the usage of his joints. I think he really comes right to the top. I like this roan steer when we have him sitting still. Man, is he powerful. You get behind him, explosive in his lower quarter, really stout down his top line. His tail head kind of wants to set up in him just a little, and he gets just a little rigid there in his movement out of his pasterns when we get him out on the go. The roan steer that comes next, another calf that once again, when he's sitting still, you can really get to liking him. You like the product that he's got. You like the extra body that he has. Really a good quality kind of a steer. Not maybe as neat up in his chest and his front end as those steers that go ahead of him, but he too needs to be more secure as he comes to the ground. He wants to set up on his pasture, not quite as flexible as what I'd like to see. The red steer that comes next, here's one that balances up good from a profile. He's got a real an awesome look from up through his front 1/3. He's got some body. His depth of flank matches him good, really square out of his hip. He's not as stout. He gets a little flatter in his rear quarter and really labors as he goes around the ring. The roan steer, the blue roan that kind of closes the class here, a real long-bodied calf. We just like to see a little more depth, maybe more flexibility. We get him out on the go. Good set of steers there, real nice champions. Congratulations.
And your Class 107 Shorthorn Plus steer results in first place, and your champion Shorthorn Plus steer is exhibited by Tatum Poff of Jonga County. Your reserve champion Shorthorn Plus steer is exhibited by Cooper Hendrick of Sandusky County. Third place goes to Caroline Rinkus of Jefferson County. Fourth place to Tessa Lyons of Miami. And fifth place goes to Riley Harriman of Allen County. Next up in the ring will be Class 108 of your Simmental Market Steers.
very nice class of Simmental steers, and I think we've got a real nice top end in this class as well. And I think that they work their way right up to the top. I think there's definitely some decisions that separate them. There's not one that's just fault-free by any means. I just think that they're really good, solid cattle. They're useful cattle, and they both on this top pair. I think they both have a lot of quality. They're just very different in their type and their kind. I'm going to use the young man steer to win the breed. Steer that has an advantage when we talk about length and extension up through his front end, very long spine, calf that's very good in his top line. He's really square as he comes out of his hip. I think he balances up pretty good in his underline. I like how his feet set when he's setting still. He gets a little tight and a little straighter there in his hock than what I would prefer. I'd like to drop him down just in his flank, just a skosh. But I think that when we get him in motion, I think that's where he excels over our steer that comes second. I like the power and the extra muscle and the shape that we have in our one that comes reserve here. Really well-balanced steer, extremely good down his top line. Love his hip. He's not as long hip maybe as the one that leads off, but he's really level and square of his hip. We put him in motion. He wants to struggle just a touch off both ends. He gets a little wider out of his front end. He doesn't want to set that front end up under him, and that's kind of what separated those pair. Nothing against this steer that's reserved. That's a good calf there as well. The baldy or star-headed steer that comes third, another very good calf with a lot of muscle and shape to him. He's a little more jammed up in his front end. He drops out in his chest floor just a little bit, maybe not as neat as those front two steers, but man, he's got muscle and shape, really powerful individual. Young lady does a nice job with that one. With that one. A really nice black steer that comes next. It's very similar to the calf that goes right ahead of him. I don't think he ties himself together quite as well, but he's stout. He's really wide-based and really a good balance kind of a steer. Once again, has a little bit of shoulder, maybe not quite as smooth, doesn't blend together as well. The red steer that comes here, when they're setting still, you think he can get up there and rival with those top two. Man, he is built good. He's wide and he's stout and he's powerful. Got a cocky look to him, got some bone and power just throughout. We get him in motion. He just struggles a bit too much off both ends to go up any higher, but a good quality steer. We just like to see him get out and go better. The red and white steer that comes next, another real muscular kind of a calf. We just like to see him a little more flexible in his joints, maybe smooth him up a little up through his front end. The next red and white steer, this is one that when he gets parked and when the young lady gets him set up, he can give you a really good look. He just, when we get him on the go, he wants to struggle a bit too much off of both ends. And the young lady steer that closes the class, not quite as far along condition-wise or muscle and shape to get up any higher. Let's give these young folks a round of applause. They did an awesome job.
Your results of Class 108 of your Simmental steers. Your champion Simmental steer is exhibited by Max Krempaski of Clark County. Your reserve champion Simmental steer is exhibited by Ella Grimwood of Ashland County. Third place goes to Camden Burns of Union County. Fourth place to Lillian Harder of Sandusky County. And fifth place to Lillian Boffer of Athens County. Sixth place goes to Paisley McIntyre. Seventh place goes to Haley Cornett. And eighth place to Avery Herman. Now entering the ring is Class 109 of your market heifers.
our first class of market heifers, good quality here on the top end, and really a nice pair of females to win this class. I think the gold female that's going to lead off, I think she just puts everything together for me. Just a really complete female that balances up awfully good. She's got some muscle and shape and power, but I think she's flexible enough in her joints. She's good as she comes to the ground. Just a female that just ties it all together extremely well. The red heifer that comes second, another a very attractive female. I don't know that she ties everything together quite as well as the one that leads off, maybe not quite the muscle, but man, this one, she just needs a little time, and she's going to rival that one. Just a good quality red female. The black and white heifer that comes next, she slides in that group just because of how she gets out and goes on the ground. She has more reach and she's more flexibility. She's more comfortable as she goes. But she's a heifer that's got a good look to her. She's really true in her top line. I like to square her up just a little bit there out of her tail head, but a good female. The roan heifer, when they're sitting still, I mean, you can think it's a little closer between those two black and white heifers. I like the attractive look that this roan heifer has. Really comes out high out of her front end. She's really square out of her top. A female that's got some muscle and shape to her. She just gets a little straighter coming out of her knee, maybe a little bit straighter in her hock, which causes her a little more trouble as we get out on the go. The young man's heifer that comes next, here's one that's got a little extra length of body. She's really long. She's long fronted. She's long bodied. With that, she's not quite as soft in the center portion of her body, but that's a good heifer that's got some future to her. Young lady's heifer that comes next, I like this one a lot. Once again, when she's sitting still, she's kind of got a cocky look to her. She would like to set that tail head down in her just a little bit. Maybe I think that would change her a lot, but she just gets a little straighter and a little choppier when she gets out on the go. Young man's heifer that comes next, here's one that's a little more moderate, but man, she looks like a club cap raiser when you think about that. All the muscle and power she has, she's so stout. She wants to come up in her top just a little bit. I'd like to set that tail head down in her as well. Young man's heifer that closes the class, a female that's got some body and some rib to her. Maybe not quite as much of a market heifer. Honestly, she's a little more of a breeding heifer. Just gets a little flatter when you get behind her, but she's got some body and some good parts and pieces to her. Good job there, the young people. Give them a round of applause, please.
Your results of Class 109 of your first class of market heifers. In first place is exhibited by Sidney Skinner of Washington County. Second place goes to Luke Fulton of Miami County. Third place to Riley Bloomfield of Crawford County. Fourth place to Braden Lecron of Perry County. Fifth place goes to Luke Magon of Greene County. Sixth place goes to Hope Broadman. Seventh to Briggs Beal. And eighth place goes to John Paul Broadman. Now entering the ring is Class 110 of your market heifers.
really nice class here of market heifers, and I'm going to tell you, when you get in these market heifers, it gets a little more challenging to me because I am a breeding cattle guy, and so I kind of want to get to judging breeding cattle, and sometimes you got to think about that. But we're going to lead off this white heifer right here. This is the market heifer of the group. She's the one with the muscle. She's the one with the shape. She's the one that handles the best. She is a market female. And I think that's what we're doing here. So I think she rises to the top when you talk about that. Is she the neatest necked and the cleanest chested one of the lineup? No, she's not. And that's not what necessarily I'm looking for when we're talking about a market female. Is she wide pen, stout, and carries the muscle to the ground as it sets right in her angles? Yes, she is. I think it's a very good heifer to lead off. A very, very good market female. The female that comes second, if I was judging breeding heifers, she'd leap to the front right quick. Wouldn't even think about it twice. I love her pattern. I love the silhouette she gives you from a side profile. Really neat up through her chest floor, really long and extended out through her front end. Really square down her top line. Has got some body and rib. You get your hands on her. She's lean, just like a breeding heifer needs to be. Handles just like you would ask for. I love the look of her, and I love that female for a breeding heifer as well. Young lady's heifer that comes next. Here's one that perhaps has a little more strength when you talk about bone and power. I don't think she's as good as she gets around. When she gets around is the heifer that goes right ahead of her. The white-footed female, another heifer that has a little more of a breeding cattle look to her. She's wide. When you get behind her, she looks a little flat from the side. You get behind her, though, she has got some extra width. She's got some extra shape to her top. She's just a little frailer in her bone, maybe not quite as powerful as those heifers that go ahead of her. A real nice female that comes next, another one that balances up pretty well. I didn't think she was quite as deep in her flank, maybe doesn't quite hit everything together as well as the heifer right ahead of her, but I do appreciate that female a great deal. Young man's heifer that comes next, another good quality one. I'd like to see her a little looser when she gets out and goes, but she's got some muscle and power to her as well. Young man's heifer that closes the class. At a profile, you think, well, hey, we could slide her right up there in the top end of them because she does have a market heifer look to her. Just when we get her out on the go, she just struggles a bit too much when we get her out moving around. Good set of females there. Awesome job to the young people. Congratulations. As I get ready to select our champion market heifer, I think this has been a really good show, and I think the quality through the top end, and actually the entire show has been really good. I think we, as I just talked about, we get out here and we evaluate these market heifers just a pinch different than we do, in my mind, than we do the breeding heifers. But I'm telling you, we've got 4 good individuals out here. I think there's a pair of females that do that combination for me of putting power and quality and in a market package. I'm going to go out and get you a couple of champions. You give these young folks a round of applause, please.
Results from Class 110 of your market heifers. In first place went to Lane Robinson of Noble County. Second place went to Tammin Warner of Sandusky County. Third place to Grace Segrist of Mercer County. Fourth place, Austin Southerly of Clark County. And fifth place to Luke Fulton of Miami County. Sixth place went to Trenton Nebraska of Richland County. And seventh place to Bryson Beal of Fayette County. Congratulations, your champion market heifer out of class number 109 was exhibited by Sydney Skinner of Washington County. Your reserve champion market heifer was exhibited by Luke Fulton of Miami County.
secure when he gets out on the go is what we'd like to see. Young lady steer that comes next, a real long-bodied, the extended kind of a steer, kind of like set that tail head down in him. He's just gets a little straighter there off those rear two. The next steer that's got some length of body once again and some muscle. He just doesn't tie it all together in quite the attractive package to me. The snip nose steer that comes next, here's one that's really stout, really big ended and big back. With that, he wants to come up in his top a little bit when he gets out on the go, maybe not quite as comfortable on the move. And the young lady's red steer that winds up the drive, just a real, he's probably as long-necked and cool looking as anything in here. He just gives up way too much muscle and power to get him up any higher in this class. Good set of steers, nice place to start these crossbreds.
And your results from your first class of your crossbred steers, your Class 111 winner goes to Chase Horton of Wayne County. Second place goes to Kinley Brown of Perry County. Third place to Grace Sauter of Wood County. Fourth place goes to Wyatt King of Wyandotte County. Fifth place to Alana Muller of Perry County. Sixth place, Hope Broadman. Seventh, Josie Weir. Eighth place, Paige Lane. And ninth place, Ava May. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 112 of your Crossbred Division I steers. Third and final call, Class 114. Third and final call, Class 114.
Very good class crossbred steers here, and I think this the top trio is really good, really good. I'm going to lead off with the smoky steer, and I think he's one that when you get your hands on him at this weight, he handles extremely good. Love the balance and how smooth he is and how he ties everything together. A calf that really good boned and good footed. He's a smaller package, I would say, today, but he puts it all together really good for me. I mean, he's not the freakiest necked one, but he ties in neat up through his front end. He's so good in his body and his flank with that kind of bone and foot and the structure that he has. I think he elevates right to the top. The black and white steer that comes second, another super good looking rascal. You don't miss him. He's got a very stunning look to him, extremely elevated and extended up through his front end. A calf that's really big boned and big footed. He doesn't balance up quite as well as our steer that leads off, gets a little straighter up there in his front end, maybe not quite that depth of flank. The steer that comes third, I apologize to the young lady. She's you talking about one that's hustled and stayed with it. This is a good calf, and this is one that I'd say his days are ahead of him of what he's going to do because he's got so much quality. He just really bare. When you get your hands on him, there's not much there just yet. I think that that stunning look that he's got, I think his structure, once he fills in, he's a little tighter in his forerib. I think once he fills in, he's going to get really good and really, really competitive. The stocking-legged steer that comes next, another calf that's attractive, got some body and rib to him. Doesn't quite balance up as well as those steers that go right ahead of him. I'd like to see him a little more fluent when he gets out on the go. The blue roan steer, just a stunning steer from a profile, just gets a little flat in his lower quarter, needs to just power that calf up some. Young man steer that closes the class, real attractive up through his front end, kind of got just a little bit of chest sits ahead of him, probably needs a shot more muscle to rival those steers ahead. Good class, really nice trio there on the top end. Congratulations.
Your results of Class 112 of your crossbred steers. In first place goes to Corinne Kinney of Huron County. Second place goes to Reese Toller of Gallia County. Third place to Taylor Poff of Jonga County. Fourth place to Riley Schindler of Defiance County. Fifth place to Ruger White of Ashland County. Sixth place goes to Brock Lyons of Miami County. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your champion and reserve champion Division I crossbred steer.
This first division of Crossbred has been really competitive. I think the quality has been really good. I like both class winners in the seconds. I think that you can build your defense around them whichever way you want it to be, because I think the quality is out here. I think the steers that come out of that last class, that pair of steers, they're the champion reserve to me. I think those things are really nice. Congratulations to your exhibitor.
Congratulations, your champion Division I Crossbred steer out of Class 112 is exhibited by Corinne Kinney of Huron County. Your reserve Division I Crossbred steer, also out of Class 112, is exhibited by Reese Stoller of Gallia County. Now entering the ring will be Class 113 of your Crossbred steers to kick off your Division II.
nice class of crossbreds here, and just a good solid set of steers all the way throughout. I'm going to lead off with this black and white steer. I think he's the one that's the most complete. He ties the most together for me. Really appreciate how up-headed and neat he is up through the front end, combined with muscle and shape and power. He comes down and balances in his underline, and I think he's a little deceiving from a side profile. He's pretty stout. This calf's got a lot of muscle, really good down his top line, just a good quality, very well shown individual. The steer that comes second, he's kind of pushed on the young lady, and she's stayed hooked up with him. This one here, I think he excels over our third place steer with his amount of muscle that he's got and how level and square he is out of his hip. I think he's smoother how he comes out of his hip into it from hooks to pins. I think he's a calf that's got some muscle and power to him. He wants to set that right back leg down just a little bit straight for me, but I think that's an awfully nice calf. A big, stout, rugged steer that comes third. He's one that he's got a good look to him. He balances up pretty good. Just gets a little lower in his pins. Maybe doesn't balance quite as well as the one that goes right ahead of him. Really a stout, powerful one that comes next. This one here, he's a little boxier built. He's not quite as long-bodied. Maybe a little more compact throughout, but if you could stretch him out a little bit, you could run him right up to the front of the class, because I love the power he's got, really big boned and stout featured. We just like to stretch him out some. Young man steer coming next, steer that's beautiful profiling, really up-headed, really smooth down his top line, just near perfect coming out of his hip. He just gets a little more shallow-bodied, maybe not quite as powerful. Young lady steer that comes next, a real long, extended one. He's got some hip shape and power to him. He needs more body and more depth of flank to get up any higher. Young man steer coming here, another big-footed, stout, featured kind of a calf. Just needs to balance up a little better. And then we get the black and white steer, really a deep-sided, soft-made steer that when the young lady gets him put together can give you a pretty nice look. Just not quite as neat up through his shoulder. Kind of wants to set out in his chest a little bit. And then the young lady steer that closes the class, another one that's got some muscle and power to him. He just gets a little bit too tight when we get him out on the go. Good set of steers throughout the entire class. Congratulations.
Your Class 113 results here of your Crossbred Division II steers. In first place went to Bailey Lynn Jennings of Fulton County. Second place goes to Madison Grube of Miami County. Third place to Chloe Parcels of Champaign County. Fourth place to Mason Kinney of Huron County. Fifth place to Logan Bricksneeder of Darke County. Sixth place, Addison Jordan. Seventh place, C.J. Reed. Eighth place, Avery Herman. And ninth place, Lily Gaylor. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 114 of your Division II Crossbred steers.
very good set of crossbred steers here, and I think we've got a lot of good quality right here on the top end. And young man's yellow steer that's going to win this class, I think he does so pretty easy in my mind. I think a calf that just ties everything together so well. He's just so smooth in how he ties in behind his shoulder, really perfectly neat and square out of his hip. Calf has got some body and rib, and he balances it good in his undercarriage. When he wants to go, when he reaches out and goes, he's very good in his structure. I think everything goes the right direction, and everything comes together really good. Just an awfully nice class winner. I like this one that comes second a great deal. When he's sitting still, man, he is stunning. He is so sharp up through his front end. He's really true down his top line. I think when you get your hands on him, you really appreciate how much shape and power that he does have, really square out of his hip. He's good in his angles as he comes to the ground on his rear. On the front, that's where our problem lies. He really wants to twist out hard out of his front end. If we could square that up on him, we could sure move him up a hole. That's a nice calf. This black steer that comes next, I'm telling you, he is a meat wagon. Unbelievable how stout he is when you get behind him. Really powerful. He just gets a little more opened up in his shoulder and a little tighter in how he's put together to get up any higher. Real good looking one of the young ladies that comes next. Extremely sharp up through the front 1/3. Just doesn't have quite enough muscle in him. Just gets a little flat when you get around behind him. Doesn't have quite as much turn right to his top. That calf does handle extremely well, but he just needs more muscle in him. Young lady steer that comes next, I'd like to see a little more balance in him. He gets a little heavier there in that front 1/3, a little more opened up in his shoulder, a little deeper in his chest. But he's a muscular steer that's got some big bones and really big feet. Just needs to balance up a little better. Young lady's black baldy, super attractive calf. Unfortunately for him today, he's given to his right front. He's really sore off of his front foot. And he would go a little better if we had him where he was going. If he went on the front one, he'd probably move a little better on the rear too, but he's just a little tight moving, and that's what we see today. Young lady steer closes the class, real big bodied, real soft made, just not quite enough muscle or power there.
Results of Class 114 of your crossbred steers. In first place goes to Reese Toller of Gallia County. Second place goes to Colby Hoffman of Union County. Third place to Olivia Palvick of Miami County. Fourth place to Ansley Cockrell of Hardin County. Fifth place to Kelsey Kaiser of Ashland County. Sixth place, Kendra Light. Seventh place, Isabella Broadbent. Now entering the ring is Class 115 of your crossbred steers.
Another very highly competitive class of crossbred steers, and I think the steer that leads off, he fits me pretty good. I like that kind. I like that calf awfully well. A calf that has a show steer look, but he's got a lot of muscle to him. I like how he ties together down his top line, how smooth he is, and the amount of muscle he has as he comes down into his lower quarter. I think his undercarriage balances up awfully well. A calf that is good in his structure, really good in his muscle, and very well presented as well. The young lady's steer that comes next, here's one that once again got lots of muscle, lots of power to him. I think he's similar to our class winner in his type and his kind. He's not quite as square from hooks to pins. He's a little bit more opened up in his shoulder, but a good, powerful, high-quality steer there as well. The black steer that comes third, he's just a little more jammed up, just a little shorter up through his front end. Not quite as neat in how he comes out of his chest floor up into his neck. Really big bodied though, and awesome hip. Really packs a lot of muscle there in his rear quarter, and a calf with that much power, he gets around pretty well. Young lady steer that comes next, I love the stout feature that he's got. Man, he's got big bone and really a powerful look to him. He just doesn't blend together as well as what I would like to see. He's a little rougher there behind his shoulder, maybe not quite as true in his top line as what I would prefer. Young man steer that comes next, another one that he's really attractive. I think he's just a little greener. He needs a little more time, but he is attractive. He's got a good look to him. We'd just like to see more steer there. Young lady steer that closes the class much the same way. A good pattern steer with a good look to him. He just needs more days on feed and to bulk up a little more to rival those steers that go ahead of him. Good set of steers there. Nice pair on the top end. Congratulations.
Results of Class 115 of your crossbred steers. In first place goes to Camden Burns of Union County. Second place goes to Natalie Bohr of Highland County. Third place to Briley Ashcraft of Athens County. Fourth place goes to Bristol McDowell of Wood County. Fifth place, Cole Clayman of Putnam County. And sixth place, Stella Kaler. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 116 of your crossbred steers.
First off, I want to apologize for taking a little extra time, somewhat. The other side of it, when you bring one to a show that looks like this class, I'm just going to include the entire class. They spend a lot of time to get them to look like this, and they spend a lot of money to make it happen, and I feel like they deserve the extra time. I want to tell you, this top 5-6 steers are really good. This is part of the thing that makes me enjoy judging a show, because it stretches your brain a little bit. There's a lot of rights, and if you got one standing down the line and you think he should be at the top, you're not going to get any trouble out of me, because it all depends on where you want to put your priorities. So I'm with you. If you want to jungle things around a little bit, I'm going to tell you how I saw them, and you don't have to agree with me, but you can agree to disagree, just the way I see them. I'll be honest with you, this white-tailed steer has grown on me the entire time. There's so many things that he puts together that is a combination of some of the things I really prefer. I appreciate the look that he's got. First thing, he's so dead level hipped. He's so good down his top line. If you get a chance to put your hands on him, he handles unbelievable. That excelled him to the top. Very good in his undercarriage. Very good on his feet and legs. Plenty of muscle, plenty of shape. Just a really, really, really complete steer. That I think just checks all the boxes, moves him to the front of the line for me. I like that one. That young lady knows how to get him stuck as well. This young man brings us a heck of a brockle steer that comes second, and I kept honestly, I kept trying to make him win, because he has such a rock star look to him. I mean, it's hard to get one that chiseled up through their front end and still have enough mass and enough power when you get around behind him, because that makes him unique. He's good in his undercarriage. Both of those steers, they're white flanked, and I know that takes away from them a little bit there as far as looking as balanced as some of those other ones in their undercarriage, but that is a stellar calf. I feel like he's not as true from hooks to pins as the steer that leads off. He gets a little rounder. Doesn't have quite the bone and substance that I see in the steer that leads off. This young man nailed him every time. It's an outstanding little unit right here, the second place one. Congratulations. Young lady brings a third place steer, and I think this steer is one that's just, once again, that's complete. He doesn't blow you away in any certain way. He's got a stellar look from a profile. He's really good in his body. He's nice down his top. He handles extremely well. He just gets a little flatter to me when I get around behind him as compared to those steers that go ahead of him. I'd like to see more muscle and more shape in that one, and we could run him up a little higher. Probably a steer that eat on me as much as anything out here is this gold steer that comes next. And I'm going to tell you, I appreciate that one a lot. And he does a lot of things for me. That kind of hip and back leg in one, I love it. And I think if he handled a little better, was a little bit further along, I wouldn't have a problem with just hanging my hat on that one. I think that one's awfully good. I just like to see him a little bit down the road. We get into a gold steer here, another one that's so well presented, such a stunning kind of a steer. Just gets compared to those steers up ahead of him, he's a little bit deeper in his neck, a little bit plainer up through his front end. He's got that bone and the muscle and power. We just kind of had to go to the extras in this class. That's a heck of a good steer. The white steer that comes next, big-bodied, really stout-made with a cool neck. Just wants to come up in his top just a little bit when we get him out on the go. The butterscotch steer, just a heck of a steer himself. You would never guess it. I wouldn't have thought the steer would have stood where he did today. It's just that tough of a class. But, man, you talking about from his shoulders back, he is massive. Really opens up, really stout built. Just gets a little deeper and plainer about that front end. The black steer that comes here, another steer that's got some quality look to him, gets a little deeper in his chest and a little rounder out of his hip. And the young lady's red steer, a steer that's got some length of body, he just run into one heck of a class here. Awesome set, fun to work through them. Those kids were awesome. You got to give them a round of applause.
Results of Class 116 of your Crossbred steers. In first place goes to Lily Owen of Williams County. Second place went to Beckett Weingartner of Allen County. Third place, Olivia Jones of Allen County. Fourth place to Kendall Bishop of Clark County. Fifth place to Cody Four of Licking County. Sixth place, Lainey Schleball. Seventh, Hayden Smith. Eighth, Tanner Butcher. Ninth goes to Shelby Taylor. Now exhibiting in the ring will be the selection of your champion and reserve champion Division II Crossbred steer.
This has been a really fun division. This has been a really fun division to work through, and I think we've got an awesome set of steers out here. I'm not going to waste your time. I'm going to go out and get you a couple of steers. All I know is they're both going to be extremely good. These young people have been awesome. I'm going to go get you a couple of champions. You give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, your champion Division II Crossbred steer is exhibited by Lily Owen of Williams County. In your reserve Division II Crossbred steer champion goes to Beckett Weingartner of Allen County. Now entering the ring will be class number 117 of your Crossbred steers.
we get started here in a new division of crossbreds, and I think we've got a good quality class here and a very nice one to lead off. Young man brings us a very high quality individual, one that's up-headed, neat looking, got some body and rib to him, really stout when you get around behind him. I like how he comes to the ground, like how he sets his foot to the ground, the angle that he has coming from his knee, how he sets his pastern back. Just a really nice steer. Young lady steer that comes second, a little bit larger frame steer, which is fine, but man, you're talking about extension. He is so long fronted, so extended up through that front 1/3. Is not quite the body maybe that the steer that goes ahead of him. But I think a calf that really balances up good. Just like to see him maybe just a shot more muscle when you get right behind him. Kind of a flatter haired steer that comes third. You kind of get to looking at the calf for what he is, though. He's pretty daggum good. He's got a nice look. He's got body and rib. He's a little boxier, maybe a little shorter body, not quite as long as those two steers that lead off. But I like his running gear. I like the quality look that he does have. The steer that comes next, from his shoulders back, he's really, really good. He's big boned and really stout featured. He's a little jammed up in his front end, a little plainer up through his front. But man, as far as just meat and potatoes, he's got it. The white steer comes next, a big, long neck, good-looking thing. Just needs a shot more muscle. Maybe I'd like to moderate him just a little bit in his frame size. The white steer next. This is a good calf that's been fed well. He's got some look to him, got some body, just a little plainer and a little flatter in his lower quarter. Young man steer that closes the class. A good calf that's got some muscle and meat to him. He just needs more style and balance to run up against those cattle in front of him. Good set of steers. Nice way to start the division. Congratulations.
Results of Class 117 of your Crossbred steers. In first place goes to Wyatt Binkley of Licking County. Second place goes to Morgan Neal of Huron County. Third place to Wyatt Osborne of Highland County. Fourth place to Mason Harder of Sandusky County. Fifth place to Case White of Ashland County. Sixth place, Madison Brandt. Seventh place, Grayson Vent. Now entering the ring is Class 118 of your Crossbred steers.
This is quite a class of crossbred steers. I'm gonna tell you, the one that's leading off here, I like this one a lot. I mean, there's a lot of calf there. I mean, he is so stout and so massive, and he blends it all together so well and exceptional when he gets out and goes. How he picks them up, sets them down. His angles are really good. To have that much power and be that mobile, he separates himself. He's a high quality one, and this young lady can flat drive him home. She'll work and get it out of him and get a good look to him. That's a heck of a good market steer right there to win this class. Young man steer that comes second, very close to him, very close in the type and kind that he is. We're extremely rugged with the amount of bone and foot that he's got. Really explosive in the center portion of his body, explosive when you get around behind him. He's a little plainer up through his neck. He's not quite as clean right there in his jaw and down into his chest floor. But man, is he massive built and stout made. Really, really nice one. The steer that comes third, he's a little more length to him, a little more stretched out than those two steers that go ahead of him. He is longer necked and neater up through that front one third, but he doesn't hold himself together quite as well. He wants to break a little bit right behind his shoulders, maybe not quite as true in his top line, but man, that is a big bone, big footed rascal there. Young man steer that comes next, I like this one a lot from a side profile. If I could set that tail head down in him just a little bit, maybe give him a shot more muscle when you get right behind him. He could move up maybe, but that's a really nice steer. Young lady's steer that comes next. Here's another one that's got some frame size and some look to him. Man, he is outstanding up through his front end. He just doesn't have enough body or power for me. The gray steer, another steer, much the same way. He's really attractive. He just needs more muscle to get up any higher. Young man that closes the class, got a steer that has some look to him, just needs more style and balance.
Your results of Class 118 of your crossbred steers. In first place goes to Riley Mullen of Coshocton County. Second place goes to Braden McConnell of Jefferson County. Third place to Cruz Robbins of Pike County. Fourth place to Reed Bishop of Clark County. Fifth place to Adelie Prince of Darke County. Sixth place, Bo Russell. And seventh place, Bentley Webb. Now exhibiting in the ring was the selection of your champion and reserve champion Division III crossbred steer.
We didn't have as many cattle in this division, but I think we had the quality. I think these four steers that come back out here are extremely good. I like the quality in them a great deal. I think the two class winners are somewhat different from one another. One's a little longer and extended up through his front end. The other one's a little stouter and smoother of how he ties together. I think there's a really good one coming out of this division. I'll go pick you a couple of champions. You give them a round of applause, please.
Congratulations to your champion Division III Crossbred steer is exhibited by Riley Mullen of Coshocton County. Your reserve Division III champion Crossbred steer out of Class 117 is exhibited by Wyatt Binkley of Licking County. Now entering the ring is Class 119 of your Crossbred steers. At this time, we'd also like to thank our online broadcasts and Buckeye Beef boosters. The following are all great supporters that help make our show watchable on ringsidelive.com. Our sponsors include Armstrong Farms, the American Chianina Association, Ron Kreis Auctioneer, Friends of Bill Tom, Cedar Lane Farm, Morrow County Farm Bureau, Heartland Feed Services, Ohio Cattlemen's Association, Herman Cattle Company, Transova Genetics, Lindy's Livestock Photos, Legacy Veterinary Solutions, Performance Training Solutions, and HR Cattle. Once again, big thank you to all of our sponsors for today's show and making it possible to view on ringsidelive.com.
we just have one class in this division, so this will be Division 4 champion in reserve. And whoa, we got a heck of a pair of representatives to come out of this division for it just to be one class. But I think this is a heck of a pair of steers. There are just small differences in them. Both of them are extremely good. Much like I said earlier, you put your preferences where you want to put them. I'll put mine where I want to put them. And today I'm the one that gets to pull the trigger. So I think they're both really good. I feel like the steer that's going to win the division has an advantage when we talk about how he ties together behind his shoulder blade. I think he has an advantage of how he sets his foot to the ground on the move. Just a really a well-balanced, attractive individual that's got all kinds of muscle and power to him. Just a really complete show steer. Young lady does an awesome job with. Absolute powerhouse that comes second as well. Man, if you look at the running gear on that one, the big bone and big featured. Like I said, he wants to twist just a little bit there on his front end. He's got I feel like he's got just a smidge of chest and maybe a little shoulder as compared to the other calf. I'm not saying it's bad on this calf because this is a whale of a calf. Just an awesome pair of steers there to lead off this division. Young man that comes with the third one, another really good individual as well. He's not blessed with the same hair coat yet, maybe as those two that go ahead of him, but very similar to those kind. I mean, he's good with his structure. He's got some shape and muscle to him. He gets a little more opened up in his shoulder, maybe doesn't balance quite as well as those two, but that's a good high-quality steer as well. The star-headed steer, young man brings us next, another one that has a good look to him. He's a little bigger steer. He's got a little more frame, and that's all fine. I like the extension that he's got, like the body and rib that he has. Maybe just doesn't balance up quite as well. The black and white steer is coming around the corner there. Steer that just doesn't have a lot of hair. What you see is what you get. I think this is a calf that's attractive up in his front end. I think he's really nice out of his hip. Not quite as deep in his flank, maybe not as soft and stout as those steers ahead of him. Young lady that closes the class with another good quality steer that's got some length and extension to him. We just need to see him better when he gets out on the go to move up any higher. Good set of steers right there. Nice division champion. Give them a round of applause.
Results of Class 119 of your Crossbred steers in first place, and also your champion Division 4 Crossbred steer is exhibited by S.E. McGuire of Champaign County. Your reserve Division 4 Crossbred steer champion is exhibited by Anison Ojist of Tuscarawas County. Third place goes to Brock Cole of Preble County. Fourth place to Colton Fannin of Fayette County. Fifth place to Kaylee Sinker of Fulton County. And sixth place to Kelsey Kaiser. Now exhibiting the ring is class number 120 of your Crossbred steers.
Another really nice set of crossbred steers here, and I want to tell you, and the one that's going to lead off, I like this one a lot. I mean, this is a good calf, and I'm telling you, he kind of like me. He's not very good haired. He doesn't have much hair on him. What you see is what you get. He's just awesome built, really extended and good looking. Calf that's got body and rib, extremely good out of his hip and stout down his top line. Maintains that muscle down into his lower quarter. I think he gets around the ring good. I think he's a big time high quality steer. Young lady does a good job with. The black and white steer comes second. Another super attractive, super presented steer here once again. Just gets a little plainer up through his front. He's got just a little bit of chest that sits right ahead of him, but a good stout made, good structured individual there. The black steer comes next. Another calf that's not blessed with the most hair coat, but man, he has a good presence to him. He just gets a little round out of his hip, maybe not quite as neat up through his shoulder as those steers that go ahead of him. I like the gold steer quite a bit. I like the profile that he has. Man, he's probably as nice shouldered and nice necked as any of them, and still has a combination of muscle. He's not quite as secure when he moves off those rear two. That's a good quality, good looking individual. The gray steer from shoulders back is as good as anything in here. I love his body and his extra rib and his extra shot of muscle. Really big bone and big footed. Just gets a little plain and shorter up through his front end. The black and white steer that comes next, another attractive made one. I just like to see him reach out and go a little freer and easier. The star-headed steer of the young ladies, a good deep-bodied, soft-made kind of a steer, gets a little out in his chest, a little plainer, maybe needs to be just a shot stouter. Young man steer that closes the class, another good-bodied one, just needs to balance up a little better. Really nice set of steers there, nice pair. They're on top end. Congratulations.
Results at Class 120 of your crossbred steers. In first place goes to Taylor Poff of Jonga County. Second place goes to Marissa Graham of Licking County. Third to Jayla Reiser of Pike County. Fourth place to J.C. Reed of Wayne County. Fifth place to Luke Smith of Portage County. Sixth place, Noah Lang. Seventh, Mallory Kendall. Eighth place, Ashton Bain. Now entering the ring is Class 121 of your crossbred steers.
Just a really good, solid set of crossbred steers here, and I really is they stay competitive throughout the class, but this one kind of steps right to the top, in my opinion. I like this calf. I like he just grabbed your attention when you see him. So up-headed, so nice up through his shoulder and his front, but yet he still has muscle and power and extreme in his balance and quality. Just a really high quality one here for the young lady. The Bronco face that comes second, another real attractive one. He doesn't have quite the depth of flank. He looks like he maybe could have been held just a little bit, just not quite as soft in his flank and maybe not quite the depth of body that we see in our class winner. The one that comes third, he is probably a little deeper bodied, a little softer made. I just didn't feel like he was as good when he comes to the ground. He wants to be a little more rigid in his pastern, maybe not quite as comfortable when he's out on the go. The gold steer that come in here from a profile is really nice, and I just kept holding him in there and moving him up because he is so nice from a profile. He's good as he comes to the ground. He just needs more muscle and power. The black and white steer comes next, another really stout, powerful individual, just struggles a bit too much as he goes around the ring. And much the same is true for the steer that closes the class, another really heavy muscled individual with some body and rib, just struggles too much off both ends when he's out on the go.
Results of Class 121 of your crossbred steers. In first place goes to Elizabeth Bach of Defiance County. Second place to Taylor Barton of Clinton County. Third place to Kylie Searson of Hardin County. Fourth place to Cooper Phelps of Union County. Fifth place to Claire Kramer of Hancock County. Sixth place goes to Layla Carpenter. Now entering the ring is Class 122 of your crossbred steers.
In our final class of heavyweights, we've got a good set of steers here again. Real nice pair of steers here on the top end, a couple of high quality ones that have some look and some power and strength to them. I think the one that leads off, the young man's here, I think has an advantage. Like I say, he's really good looking, but he has an advantage of how much muscle and width and power that he's got when you get around behind him. Doesn't disappoint you at all. Balances up awfully well. For sure good on his feet and legs, just a really good quality steer. Young man steer that comes second, he's probably a little longer bodied and maybe a little bit skinnier necked on that part, but he doesn't have quite the depth of flank, maybe not quite the muscle that we see in our class winner. Young lady's steer that comes third, a white-bellied steer, just a real good quality steer that's got body and rib to him. Gets a little round in his hip, maybe not quite as flat and square as those two steers that lead off. Big, stout, rugged steer that comes next just opens up a little bit too much there in his shoulder, maybe just a little plainer up through his front end. Young lady's steer coming around the corner, just kind of a little boxier made, not quite as long bodied, maybe not quite at the elevation that we see in the other ones. Man, he is stout. We just like to stretch him out and smooth him up a little bit. Young man's calf that closes the class, another good calf that's adequate on his feet and legs, just needs a shot more style and balance. Good set of steers there. Congratulations.
Your Class 122 results of your final class at Crossbreds. In first place goes to Hudson Miller of Portage County. Second place goes to Logan Schroeder of Defiance County. Third place to Aubrey Wood of Sandusky. Fourth place to Grace Tuttle of Clark County. Fifth place to Katie Kramer of Hancock County. And sixth place to Boone Pickering of Lorain County. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your champion and reserve champion Division 5 Crossbred steer.
This Division 5 was a very highly competitive division from start to finish. I think the quality stayed really good. To me, when we get them back out here, there's a pair of steers that really stand out to me. I think they're going to be awesome representatives to come back this evening. I think it's a great pair of them. I'll go get your champion reserve. You give these young people a round of applause, please.
Congratulations, your champion Division 5 Crossbred steers exhibited by Taylor Poff of Jonga County. Your reserve champion is exhibited by Marissa Graham of Licking County. Congratulations, our Crossbred steer exhibitors. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for today's Junior Steer Show. We hope you'll come back and join us here in the Voinovich building for our final drive award ceremony that will begin at 6.